Was groet the peoples. How's everybody doing today? Phantasy Star 2 is the game. Why is my controller not functioning with the game? There we go. Alright, let me check the backup data. The data for 1 is okay. Okay. Oh, you know what? I forgot to do some prep work. Bear with me as I climb back into the tunnel. I need a notebook. I need one. Hey. I know I have a notebook somewhere because I used it when I played Blueprints a couple months ago. It should be on my desk, but it's not. So I'm going to have to repurpose this big envelope that some of our tax paperwork came in. All right, what are we doing? This is how much money we have. Nothing. So we've got Rogo, the sci-fi policeman hero. Dolph is the himbo of the party. Nay is our pet cat girl. Anja is... Who is Anja? Is Anja the hunter? Yeah, she's the hunter. She hunts hunters. So Dolph is a hunter, and Anja's like, I'm gonna get that guy. Alright. I think in the spot where I want to be. We need to go east to the mountain, and I want to make a map of the mountain on this piece of paper that I have so I can know which areas I've been to, which ones I've tried. First things first. Let's see how good that is. Oh, actually, I think I need to go this way, don't I? So the hide a pipe didn't work. We still got into encounters. It just doesn't... It didn't do anything. So I'm gonna have to find a notebook. So there's gonna be more than one dungeon in this game, so I need more than one piece of paper to write on. My wife's a teacher. She has a big just pile of notebooks out in her office. I could just go steal one of hers if I need to. So let's get on the jet scooter. And we cross the way. All right, here we go. This is the entrance. Left from the entrance goes to a dead end, so there's nothing. right from the entrance. And we might just have to map out every single map in the game like this. Okay, right goes to a T-junction. If we go left at the T-junction... looks like we come to two paths. All right, Dolph just getting whacked on here. That's his job. That's what he's supposed to do. Let's go one more. Okay, is this... yeah, okay, so this is another path. Let's go left. Here's the Catman's. Yeah, you can tell they're Catmans because they clearly have bulbous chests and thick thighs. This is just all one path, right? No. Oh, yeah, it's all one path. Okay. So we're still on it. This goes two ways. Let's stay left. This is really the gameplay loop, is mapping out the place and healing after every battle, really. So this goes down. Is this two paths? Sometimes you don't even know what a path is or what's just going to be blocked by the edge of the screen because you can't see the edge of the screen for a lot of your exploration. Your hero does not stay centered on the screen, which means... look, it's like seeing where your boundaries are in a dungeon means you have to get much, much closer to the walls than you would in a standard JRPG of the era. Or even of the previous era. Like Dragon Quest 1 keeps you centered on the screen, so you can always see an equal distance in all directions. I have maps, but I'd rather solve it on my own. I used the maps a couple times. Okay, so this does go two different ways. if you take away the mapping and exploration challenge, like the only thing you do in the game is this. Okay, so we're on the far left here. This goes to water. I'll just put a W on the map so I know that there's water in this area. That'll tell me I'm on the right way when we come back here. If we have to come back here. I will say that people hold these games up in like the same breath as they'll hold up like the stable of SNES RPGs. I just don't think any of the Phantasy Star games compare to what was going on the SNES in the era, right? Like you just can't. Even Phantasy Star 4, which is the best of them and the most advanced of them, you can't put Phantasy Star 4 up against basically anything on the S. Maybe like Paladin's Quest. All right, so that's a dead end. So now we'll backtrack to the previous path. It's a pretty zen experience. You just kind of zone out and do the thing. It's much more similar to... Well, it makes sense, because it's much more similar to like a wizardry kind of game. Like an actual dungeon hack kind of game than a JRPG of the era. Which is Phantasy Star 1's roots. It started out that way. So this is more of like a, we're transitioning into being Final Fantasy because that's the direction we're going. This is going to do it for Nays Res. We can do Rogo's res down to 20 toilet papers. This is going to take me back to the entrance. That'd be fun. Took me to a cave. Is this a path? No. I don't know yet where that cave goes. We will find out at some point. Look how many windows you've got to open just to heal somebody for 20 hit points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 windows have to open. That's fine for now. Okay, so that's the end of this path. It goes to a door. We're going to now do this. See if we can get to the next path. So we went this way. We're going to come to 2 forks. Might not make it much farther, though. No, burn wolves are more related to Cerebus than Gur wolves. There's the first path. There's the second path. We're skipping both of those. We're going to take the next stairs up. Is this a fork? Or is this just the path ends there? Looks like it might be a legitimate fork. That goes up and left. We've got 2 more casts of res before I've got to bail on this dungeon. Is this a legitimate fork? It is. This is the same fork as before. This is the same fork as before. We have to go up, then up these stairs over here. I thought that's what I had done, but I guess not. Maybe I screwed this map up. It's possible. Yeah, we got to bail. We're out of healing spells after this fight. Got $12,000. I think that might be enough to upgrade some equipment. Let's heal. The maze seems manageable. Like, I'm making just a sloppy little map showing where all the decision points go, and it seems like it's going to be manageable. We just have to manage it. I got titanium. What am I equipped with? I think we get better than that, can't we? Oh yeah, we've got like fiber coats and stuff, but I think we can get more expensive stuff. Here. Yeah, ceramic stuff. I mean, I'm going to start with some boots. And we'll get a ribbon. I don't know who gets a crown, but let's see, we got boots for Anja. Oh, that raised her attack and agility. Cool. Great and good. And I don't think we're waiting on any weapons, right? Laser slashers, laser bars, laser cannon, laser sword. We got lasers out the wazoo. We broke. We broke once again. I think we need to go here. We just want to save. Okay. We've made progress because I have a map of the first area. I know where the paths go in the first area now. That sounds like music from Phantasy Star 1, doesn't it? That little hide-a-pipe theme. Was that from Phantasy Star 1, like the overworld or something? Can't hear it. Do I not have my sound up? I can turn the game volume up if it needs it. Okay. We go right. Our first decision point has 3 options. We took left. We should go past 2 branches now. There's one. Yeah, there's one. We went up. There's the second one up here. We went left. Next decision point. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, I thought this was a decision point, but it's not. This is the decision point. We want to go up from here and then left. So this should be a new area. Nope. Okay, so this goes nowhere. The other path we have goes nowhere. Okay. So that section's been pathed all the way to the cave, which we haven't taken yet. So start by going left. There's the first decision point. Here's the second one. We're going to take this one now. No, I never played Phantasy Star Online. Not my kind of game. At the time, I was playing Final Fantasy XI, and I regret everything about my life in that span of time. My understanding is that Phantasy Star Online doesn't follow the continuity of these older games, though. Is that true? Is this a decision point, or is this just a dead end on this way? We're still on the same linear path here. Goes to a cave. That's it. Okay, so this goes to a cave. Wait, what other Phantasy Star games on there? I thought there was the old school RPGs and then Phantasy Star Online. I think they had 2 of those. What other Phantasy Star games did they make? Oh, there's a lot more to this series than I thought then. I thought I thought they made old school RPGs and then rebooted it into a couple of online games, and that was it. All right, this time we're going to take the first fork off of this path, which is right here. And it's immediately a dead end. Okay, next. So now we're all the way back to the first decision point. We got Scalies here. What? Alright, we gotta spend 5 minutes healing now, because Dolph is very close to dead. Okay, this time we're gonna go... Oh, maybe there is no right path here. There is no right path here. It's an up. Just an up. That makes sense, because all the forks so far have only gone 2 directions, not 3. This goes to Sky. And then loops back around. It is pretty BS that the reduce encounter rate item doesn't work in dungeons. Like, I... Why? This looks like I might just go down to that cave. Interesting if true. Is this a path? This looks like a dead end immediately. If that's the case, we've mapped out the entire first area. And found 3 caves. But see, right now I don't need to grind. Like, I'm clearing these battles with no issue. Like, this is not a challenging dungeon. Like, I don't need the... I guess I need the money, but... Alright, so this goes down to this cave. Okay. Call this Cave A. And then from Cave A, do I have 2 paths? I do. I've got an up and a down. Let's go down first. Let's make sure that this side path doesn't go anywhere first, actually. Like, I would love to get into fewer encounters here. So down goes nowhere. And up. So this is a dead end here, right? Yeah, okay, so this is just straight up. We're still on a linear path out of this cave. That doesn't go anywhere. Does this go anywhere? Looks like this might go somewhere. All right, so we have 2 downs from here. After a long and winding road, we have a left down and a right down. The left down is a dead end. This has some of the nutrients of mapping out the dungeon maps in Phantasy Star 1, doing it this way. Okay. Never mind. We now have to bail on this dungeon because... Was that an instant death attack, or was he couldn't have been low on health. I just healed everybody. Well, okay, we are done here. Oh, Dolph has a thing we can sell, too. Okay, we gotta go to the cloning vats. First things first, we need to do this. We need to sell Dolph's laser shot. Replace his pipes that I just used. I mean, that's also just par for the course of these kind of dungeon hacky games, right? Like, if you were playing, like, Bard's Tale or Wizardry or something... Where's the cloning vats? Like, you go as far in the dungeon as you can until something completely BS happens and you have to bail. It's just part of the genre. Where I think the disconnect is in Phantasy Star 2 is that it's got all of the JRPG trappings... But the actual gameplay loop, here's the cloning vats. The actual gameplay loop is not a JRPG, like not even an old school JRPG from this era. It's not like a Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy game from the time. It's much more similar to Wizardry or Bard's Tale. It's closer to the computer RPGs of the 1980s and the JRPGs of the 1990s. And it's interesting watching the Phantasy Star series transition, like make that transition. The game is really no more grindy than if I were playing something like Etrian Odyssey or the Darkspire or any dungeon hack game, or Phantasy Star 1 for that case. It's just because it's presented in a different package, it feels a lot grindier. But when I can look down at my notebook here, or my big envelope that I found, and I can see the progress I'm making in the dungeon with each excursion, it feels better. It takes 9 hours to save. Like, you gotta slowly walk all the way across the town. Did I? Yeah, I hit the hospital. Nice. I can't afford more armory. I think it's 14k for new armor, so we'll just leave the armor alone for now. Because in a JRPG, like if you were playing Final Fantasy II, which is this game's like closest contemporary, that would feel like a failed dungeon run. Because in a JRPG, you're supposed to clear the dungeon on your first visit. That's kind of how the games are usually structured. What I'm saying is this game still feels better than Final Fantasy II to me. Alright, I think I'm going to use these up, but then not buy anymore. I don't know, maybe they're worth buying to get me through the overworld. Because it doesn't block all overworld encounters, it just blocks certain ones. This is the monster that just killed Rogo, isn't it? So it only blocks the weak encounters. The ones that are like level appropriate we're still going to run into. But yeah, the important takeaway is I didn't fail out of that dungeon. I got quite a lot more of it mapped. I understand how the dungeon, like the shape of it better. It does feel worse than if I were in like a corridor grid style thing though. And I'm trying to think of why that is. Okay, so we're going to go up at the first decision point. We're going to go back to Cave A and finish that area. Like, psychologically, it should not make a difference whether you're on like a top-down map like this or in like a corridor-style grid. But mapping the grid, maybe mapping the grid feels better because you can very accurately map it, because each step is a fixed known amount. It's one square on the grid. Whereas a map like this, like what does one square even mean here? Like, are you going to map every individual step? That doesn't make any sense. The way I'm mapping is just to keep track of decision points and making it clear which ones I haven't taken yet. But the map doesn't look that appealing when I glance down at it. Like, I know where I have and haven't been, but that's all I know. So down the switchback here. if I knew the critical path of the dungeon, if I were just using the map I've got in the book, I could probably clear the dungeon on my first try. We would just go straight to the end. But then the gameplay loop of the game just becomes endure the combat. And eventually you'll find yourself under-leveled. And you're going to have to go grind out levels somewhere anyway, so... Alright, so this is Cave A. We're going to go the up path, then the right path. We'll probably have enough to upgrade some equipment after this as well. Yeah, this goes to water, and then we've got a right path. Which is a dead end. So this whole area was a dead end. All of Cave A is a dead end. Okay, let's go to the next cave. Yeah, see, the standard I'm comparing the dungeon to, I started out comparing it to stuff like Final Fantasy II. The dungeons in Final Fantasy II are miserable. They're just arbitrary mazes. This game has mazes, but the mazes aren't arbitrary. There's some, like, design intent that went into them when you understand the shapes of the rooms. Like, oh, this map has a big central hole, and the path goes around the hole, and you can get into the hole from different sides to end up in different places. Or this map where it's like, oh, okay, so it's a maze, but the maze is taking you on ascending shelves on this like mountain path. It has some personality to it. So we want to take the second right up here. Will take us to the next cave. I feel like Dragon Quest II also had pretty awful, just directionless maze dungeons where like every dungeon was just the red and gray brick in some configuration with kind of no style or forethought put into it. I want to take the second right. I mean, by 1990, you had Final Fantasy III, and then Final Fantasy III might be, in terms of dungeon design, the best 8-bit JRPG ever made, until you get to, like, the Cave of Darkness where you're walking through walls, and now you have this invisible wall maze that you've got to go through. That dungeon's always miserable, but most of the dungeons in that game are great. But I have played Final Fantasy III a million times, and I have played Phantasy Star 2 0 times, which is why we're doing this today. Okay, this is Cave B. So we are up here now. I will probably not play this game more than once. No. I will probably complete it and then say I've done it and be like, all right, I did it. And then not play it again. The reason I'm playing it now is because we've got the tabletop RPG coming out next month. So in a couple weeks, I'll have the tabletop RPG, and I've only ever played Phantasy Star 1 and 4. So I'm like, I should like get the other games in the series under my belt before I get this book. I'll have a more comprehensive understanding of the game series as a whole. Even Final Fantasy 1 has some intentionality to the dungeon design that's not present in Final Fantasy 2. Is this a path? It's not. I'm going to put a dead end marker on it, though, because you got to walk almost a full screen before you see it's a dead end. That's not a path. So now we're just kind of going straight up, up, up. The mountain path ahead, that's a dead end. Is Phantasy Star 3 not as grindy as this? Is it like a more... Because even Phantasy Star 4 is pretty grindy when you compare it to others. Because that was like 1994. So now we're up into like Final Fantasy 4 and 5 era. Phantasy Star 4 came out at a time when we're knocking on the door of Chrono Trigger, and there's just no comparison between Phantasy Star 4, what that game is doing, and what like Final Fantasy 6 and Chrono Trigger are a whole new level of JRPG. I think this game is very interesting from a historical standpoint perspective. Like, enjoying it as a museum piece is maybe the correct mindset to go into if you're going to play Phantasy Star 2. Right, so this goes down, actually. The thing is, I can't really criticize these old games that much because, like, Final Fantasy 1 is one of my favorite games of all time. And you cannot name a jankier, more broken RPG of the era than Final Fantasy. Half of the game doesn't work. Half of the game's math just doesn't function. And I love it. I love every inch of it. I played that NES Championship thing on Switch the other night, and it asked me, what's your favorite NES game? Final Fantasy 1. Fine. Alright, so we're still on this path out of Bee Cave, and it comes down. We've got two ups here next to the sky. So the rightmost up, I'm going to draw the sky here. So I know where it is. That's where the sky is on the map. It's right there. See, the problem with spellcasting items in this game is it's such a huge chore just to input commands other than fight. Like, it's such a pain to tell the game what you want each character to do. Having access to Gyres would be good, though. I've got a character who knows it, but I'm not using her. I think I have all the player characters. I think there were 8 slots, and I accidentally used the wrong spell. I'm glad that spell wasn't the exit spell. Otherwise, we'd be walking back. Okay, so we're on this right path by the sky, and it goes to... I'm going to call this a dead end. And it keeps going up. I think we've been here. I think we were here last time I streamed this. Because I remember going up to the top of the mountain and being like, this looks like the plant, but it's not the plant. It's the wrong plant, dummy. Yeah. It looks like the tree, but it's not. Okay, so this goes to the fake tree. Alright, so we got backtrack now. And we go up this other path now. This one here. For Christmas last year, I got a stack of SNES RPGs. So I've got like Fire Emblem over there and Shin Megami Tensei and 6 or 7 other ones. Dragon Quest V. Oh, this is just a dead end. This goes nowhere. So I should probably just start digging into all of those as well. I think it's the first time we did 3-digit damage. Okay, so we're going to go back. And there should be an up we can take over here. This up here, perhaps. fake tree. All right, so looks like we're going to the third cave. So we go this. We got to take the left path all the way. So ignore that path. Ignore the next one, two. We got to go all the way to the end where there's the 2 paths down. After the stream, I'll take a picture of what I'm drawing here and put it up on my Bluesky, so if you're curious, you can see how I'm mapping this out as I go. I don't have a webcam at the moment. My webcam's broken, and instead of purchasing a new webcam, I purchased video games. I should have invested like $90 or $100 into a new, like, really good webcam that would last me a while. Instead, I purchased... I mean, I bought good games, at least. I bought Tony Hawk 3 and 4 Remake, which is fantastic. I've been loving every second of that. Really good. I bought Expedition 33, which hasn't arrived yet. I think I gotta wait another couple days. And I bought that NES Championship nonsense, which made me play Balloon Fight and Ice Climber, so... That's what I bought instead of a webcam, in case... That's why you can't see my fat, stupid head right now. Yeah, this is the right way. And tonight, after I'm done streaming and after I eat my dinner, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to edit the Zelda tier list video that I recorded last night. And then maybe once Phantasy Star is done, I'll actually buckle down and finish the last... I got 4 more Zelda games to go. I'm halfway through Wind Waker. I'm almost done with Tears of the Kingdom. I'm coming up on the end of Echoes of Wisdom. And I owe you guys a playthrough of Ocarina of Time. And then I will have every single Zelda dungeon in a VOD on my YouTube channel. And I'll probably have to watch a bunch of them back to refresh my memory of how bad the dungeons were in some of those games. So then I can make a video about the Zelda dungeons. Still healing, don't mind me. Alright, so we doing something like this. That goes up to a dead end. The physical structure of this dungeon reminds me of the Zenithian Tower in Dragon Quest IV. Where you have all these like shelves that kind of interlock together and you're constantly going up and down them. Never played Dragon Quest IV? It's the only good Dragon Quest game. Oh, I don't have quite enough to get home. So I'm doing 2 Zelda tier lists. I've got the tier list of all the Zelda games that I played. So 20 games on that list. But then I want to do a massive tier list of every single Zelda dungeon. It's a project that I've been working on for a couple of years now, on and off, just making my way through every single Zelda game. Some of which I had never played before. Earlier this year we played Skyward Sword. It was the first time I'd ever played Skyward Sword. Last year we did like the Oracles games. And on that list, the 4 I have left to play is I made it about halfway through Wind Waker. I made it almost to the end of Tears of the Kingdom. I should go do some shopping. Echoes of Wisdom I had to stop playing because my capture card crapped out. And then at the end of all that, I'm going to do one more playthrough of Ocarina of Time, a game that I've streamed on this channel many times already. But, all right, I've got some money. Let's buy ceramic armor for Rogo. Okay. For Dolph. Yeah, buddy. Let's buy the ceramic chest for Rogo. Nice, okay. Yeah, when I replay Ocarina of Time, I'll do it in Ship of Harkinian, but I'll try to, like, get it close to vanilla. The last few times I streamed Ship of Harkinian, I did randomizer, and I set it to requiring 99 Skulltulas to open the Rainbow Bridge. No, 99 Skulltulas to get the light arrow or something. And so we just did this massive, extremely trolly randomizer. That was a lot of fun. And I would love... Dude, look at that defense. We popping off now. All right. 137 to 40 points of defense. Yeah, I'll take it. That's good. I don't think there were more weapons to buy, were there? Yeah, we got the laser cannon already. Okay, so we're good on weapons. We got to sell some old armor. Wow, we had that fiber coat since like the beginning of the game. We've had fiber coats forever. Maybe now I'll just start taking like way less damage and we'll be able to go further into dungeons. I'm looking forward to going back and finishing up Echoes of Wisdom. Honestly, I might just replay it. I might just start over from the beginning and do a full replay of it. Because it kind of sucks that my first playthrough of the game I had to abandon partway through because of tech issues. Tears of the Kingdom, I just have to put on my big boy pants and get through it. I don't know what the game has. I think I'm at the end of that game. I think I'm in like the final, here's what you do before you unlock the final dungeon thing. I think it'll only take, like, where I abandoned that game was we had to go into the underworld and it's like, follow all these statues in this underworld. And the statues all point to each other and they tell you where to go. And I did that for what feels like hours. Yeah, I have all the characters. I haven't used all of them. But they're hanging out, eating Doritos. They're binging Netflix back at Rogo's house. There's Hugh, who's kind of like a mage character that I wasn't impressed with. There's Amy, who's like a nurse. There's Josh Kane or Jeff Kane. I forget if it's Josh or Jeff, but there's Kane, who is like the tinkerer guy who kind of sucked, and then there's like a thief girl who I've never even put in the party. Okay. I have many dead ends on this dungeon mapped out. Every dead end is a small victory. I was told that the thief girl can like steal items from shops, but that's a mechanic I haven't played around with at all. Do you know if there's any like great items she can get from me right now? Maybe we should try it out. I don't really care about an item that lets you save anywhere, honestly, because if I really, really wanted to save scum, I could do this. I've got a rewind button. So if I really, really wanted to just save scum, I've got the option to do it. Should I, like, look up how the mechanics work for her stealing stuff? Is that what I need to do?
Dolph is paralyzed.
I don't see myself putting Amy back in the party. I mean, I guess anything could happen. I don't know which characters get strong, but I might just have to look into it. Like, what can she steal for who and when? And how the mechanics even work. Because there's obviously not going to be a steal command in battle, right? Oh, cave's over here. But you know I will sit in front of a vendor and save scum until I steal everything useful. Which is exactly how we played Elder Scrolls Arena. Alright, this is Cave C. And it looks like we've got an up and a down. Oh, nope, we don't have a down. Never mind. We've only got an up. So you just go into the shop over and over and over? Is it a different list of items for each shop? Like, should I look up a shopping list and just devote some time to getting everything good? Because we can just warp between towns. Like, it's effortless to just travel between towns. Let's see. That looks like it might be outdated information. Let me see if I can find a... Okay, so it's not a different list from each shop. It's each shop type. She can get a dagger, a laser knife, a fire staff, silver crown, jewel crown, shoon boots, whatever those are. And then from the central tower in the first town, she can steal the Visiphone, which sounds like it's the save point. Does that sound right? Okay. It looks like what I want then is a fire staff, shoon boots, and like a Visiphone. All right, I guess we can take a break and get that stuff. We gotta get off this mountain first, though, yo. And we have to take her out and get her to level 11 first. Is that right? Then she'll be able to get everything? Oh, there's another cave here. Okay, so we've got an up and a down. Let's just confirm there's nothing over here but this other cave. Correct. Okay, so this goes to the next cave. I mean, we'll do that. It should only take a couple minutes to get her up to level 11. We'll just sail around on the ship and fight some stuff for a minute. I don't think I can do only Rogo and Sheer because it makes me take Nay. I can't take Nay out of the party. So if we go up, there's another cave. And there's another up. Which we will now take. I have been healing a little bit less. Oh, is this another fake plant? Great. Should be only one more path here and then 2 caves. I want to take the path first. We'll also have to equip her. I'm assuming she uses maybe those laser knives. So I'm going to go this way. I had 2 laser knives at one point, but I sold them when I got this sword. This is not the cave that I passed, is it? I don't think so. Is it? It might be. Hold on, I just need to verify something here. Let's make sure I know where I'm going. I don't. Unless this is a cave. Unless this is a cave when I misread a path coming up. Yes, okay. That does go to another cave. All right. We're going to take this one next. This is Cave D. So that cave was just a complete bust. There's only 2 more paths to take. There's only 2 more caves. I wonder if it's something silly like you have to check every single plant. Like the last plant you check is the correct one. So this cave was a bust. This is Cave E. Okay, so E is linear so far. All right, so E goes to an up and a down. Oh, good. Look what we got. Okay, so that costs, I think, 7 toilet papers. I guess we're going up first. Fake plant. I need to do some research on what abilities do. I don't want to go to fandom, though. Here we go. Let's... That's not the right page. I want to get a list of texts that Nay uses and what they do. Anna, Hugh, Kane. Okay, so what I was looking up, because Nay gets this sacrifice ability where she kills herself and heals someone. I wanted to see if the second sacrifice ability she got would give her toilet paper to somebody else, but no, that's not how it works. So we have to use up her toilet paper manually. 20 HP at a time. All right, where am I going? Down here. To a dead end. So E is a complete waste of time. this goes back into this cave eventually. Okay, so we're going down. And then this way to the previous cave that I found. This should be the last cave. Our toilet paper is beginning to dwindle. This was a long path, I think. Okay, this should be cave F. F has a left and an up. Let's go left first, because that's more likely to be a dead end, I think. Oh boy. We can leave. I'm just going to leave that last path forever untraveled. Okay, we did the thing. Let's go turn this in. I now have gum. The ocean bottom would... So we're not going to test it before we go to the ocean bottom. Okay, so... Next we need to steal with what's-her-name, I think is what we're doing now. So we're going to go back here. I guess we'll bench Dolph for the time being. So we're going to take her. And we're going to take her. think that's probably the safest bet. What are you equipped with? A dagger, a carbon suit. Yeah, I've got Dragon Quest V here. I've got a repro cart of... I got a stack of SNES repro carts with RPGs that never came out here. So what all do I have? I've got Dragon Quest V. Well, Chrono Trigger I already had. What else? What is this? Treasure of Rudras, is that it? Lufia. Mystic Arc, which I've never even heard of. I don't know what that is. And Shin Megami Tensei and Fire Emblem Genealogy of the Holy War. None of those I have played. Okay, let's get her the best armor we can afford for one of the lady types. Probably a cape. And then some boots. She doesn't want the boots. Do you want a ribbon? Well, she already pissed off. I was just trying to get you equipped, girl. Oh, good. She just jumps back in the party immediately. Excellent. Oh, she stole a crown. I was going to buy her one of those anyway. See, I've never played 7th Saga, and I don't know what Elnard is. But yeah, one of my friends in my D&D group who watches the stream all the time sent me just a stack of SNES repro carts with RPGs in them. The ones I'm like looking forward to the most is I'm very curious to play Fire Emblem. The only Fire Emblem I've ever played is the original one when they put it out on Switch. Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light, or whatever it's called. Let's see if she'll just take laser knives then. Right? Like, we should just walk in and out of the weapon shop and see if she just steals laser knives for herself. And Shin Megami Tensei. I'm very interested in seeing how that series started, because I've only ever played the Persona games. So is this what I have to do to get her to steal weapons? Huh? Shear's gone? She got a laser knife. That's exactly what I wanted. I mean, at least she arms herself, right? Just need to get another one of those now. I mean, we might as well grind her up and get the thing, right? Let's. It might come in useful later. Like, it's not super useful at this stage of the game, but maybe I'll want it later. Who knows? I did grind up... What's the item called in Dragon Quest II that lets you save anywhere? It's like a dragon potion, isn't it? I did grind one of those up on cartridge back in the day, and it was absolutely pointless. There was really no use for it. Because you grind it up in, like, the final dungeon. Is she in the party? Yeah, she's there. What I'll do is I'll just take her into the next dungeon with me, and we'll start making progress to the next dungeon while we get her levels. She doesn't want to steal anymore. Apparently she can also steal, like, oh, there's Star Mist and Moon Dew. I forget which one's, well, I think one is a revival item and one is like a really good healing item. But apparently she'll steal those as well. Maybe it'll be useful later to get her to steal those. She has another dagger. Well, that's whatever. We need a second laser knife. And we need a fire staff. And then there's armor that we can get her to steal. She'll make us paltry amounts of money doing this too, because eventually we're going to have to empty out her inventory at the shop. Another dagger. I would like to say this is the stupidest stealing I've done in an RPG this year, but it's not. We played Elder Scrolls Arena. I think I spent 4 or 5 hours that first stream just save scumming mages guilds and stealing valuable stuff. I went on the wiki and like made a shopping list of like, okay, which shops do I need to steal from so I can start, like, before I even go into a dungeon, I want to be armed with everything I can get. I was worried I would have to manually reassign her to the party, which would have been very obnoxious. I wonder if this guy's getting pissed off at us. Like, these guys just walk in and out of my shop all day, and then when I do inventory at the end of the day, I'm missing a dagger. This is not exactly thrilling, but I feel like it's part of the essential experience. Now that I'm doing it, I feel like this is a rite of passage. Like everybody who replays Phantasy Star 2, they take a day and just do this. This is one way to implement thefts in your JRPG, I guess. Here's a hot take. I think modern RPGs, like stuff that's come out in the past few years, the past even like 10 or 15 years, are grindier than old school RPGs. The kind of stuff that people will put up with in RPGs nowadays makes, like, the Bard's Tale look downright friendly. And people go for, like, 1.2% drop rates in Final Fantasy XIV or whatever. Hey, she got a loaded laser knife. All right. Let's empty out these daggers and stuff, and then we'll start stealing from the armor shop. Whose belongings would I like to sell? That weapon shop guy, actually. I'd like to sell all of his belongings. Let me pull up that list again. We can get some. Okay, from the armor shop, we can get green sleeves and shoon boots. From the tool shop, we can get Star Mist and Moondew. Okay. If we ever want to use Amy again, we have to steal from the weapon shop again to get a fire staff. Is that what I was told? Where's the armor shop? Is there one? There's got to be. Oh, the layouts of all these towns. I'll tell you what. Weapon shop. Maybe there's not an armor shop in this first town. There is. Okay, it's just down here. Like, a year or two ago, they put out the Saga Frontier remaster on Switch, and I remember that game being extremely grindy, because you're just waiting for, like, random events to happen to earn skills and level ups and things. But when I actually sat down to play through it, it was so breezy compared to some of the stuff I've had to do in recent years. I think what happened is that, like, for years and years and years, people were like, oh, grinding sucks. Nobody likes grinding. Aren't RPGs better now that you don't have to grind? But, like, what people realize is, no, like, we enjoyed grinding. And once developers realize it, like, oh, no, RPG fans love grinding, they made the games grindier and grindier. You know what? I can't complain, because look what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing with my life today. And I don't regret it. To say that I'm enjoying myself would be overstating the thing, but there is a sick fulfillment with having, like, the completed map of that mountain in front of me. Am I gonna have to, like, do this because it looks like there's 2 pieces of armor. Am I gonna have to do 2 pieces for everybody in the party? Like, how many times do I want to devote to this? I guess it depends what they are. See, if I were going to design this system into a game, which I could have done because I used RPG Maker for years. I loved the RPG Maker community for a long time. I've given a lot of thought to like JRPG systems of this nature. I would have put one item in each shop in each town for you to discover, instead of just a random chance from a drop table in any shop of a given type. And then that way it kind of more resembles the steel tables that we're used to in games now, where like each individual monster has its own drop table. Because she doesn't do this often. Is it based on her level how often she'll steal? Maybe we should start leveling her now. Yeah, she got green sleeves. She can't use them. Okay. Can Anja use them? That's enormous defense, but it takes up a weapon slot, which I don't think I want. Blood doubles her defense, though. Does Rogo want them? He can't use them. His defense is already amazing because he was able to buy the ceramic chest. So really, Anja's just waiting on better armor. That's what she needs. Okay, so I don't think I want those green sleeves. I guess we'll hold on to them for now in case I want them for later. Let's at least give them back to Anja since she's the one who can equip them. Okay, let's see if we can get the boots. You know, this is the last thing I'm going to steal for now, because I suspect it might be tied to her level. So getting her to level 11 first might be the way to go. Oh, he's got another crown. Okay, so let's get rid of these crowns. I need to look at the world map to see where I want to warp to next. Let's see. Map. What's going to be the nearest town?
to where I need to go kind of isn't one. It might be Arima, which is the suck town where those guys blew up the whole town with 2 sticks of dynamite. Let's make sure we save first. Get out of my way. You can't just push NPCs out of your way in this game. And they don't always move. Sometimes they just turn in place. All right, now we're going to, I think this will be the best spot to go. If we head north from here, we should find a boat. Maybe? Yeah. All right, let's see if Sheer can survive one battle. Good. It's over here somewhere. Great. It's like in the corner. This must be the far eastern area of the map. There it is. Now the question is, how do I get in? So I guess we're going to have to use... The party eats marigum. Oh, look at this gross dungeon. Okay. They really went overboard with the... Alright, I gotta step away for 2 seconds before I start mapping this out. I'm actually gonna go steal one of my wife's giant, like, steal a notebook out of her giant stack of teacher materials. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
All right, I'm back. That was a longer excursion than I wanted. I let the dogs out, and one of them found a dead bird and wanted to... You know what? I'm not going to get into it. It was gross. This dungeon also might be gross. So, okay, there's the entrance. So it looks like we've got left and then right. And it looks like we've got damaged floors to deal with. Let's start with left. Ooh, the graphical effect over there is... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, boy. Does Sheer just not... Oh, she's defending. I was going to say, does she just not ever attack? What's going on? Okay, so left, it looks like I can keep going left. Or go down. Let's keep going left. Let's walk... Okay, that's a dead end. Make sure we walk around the damaged floors. This looks like it might actually be two paths. For what it's... Oh man, we took a lot of damage on that floor, actually. Even though it's kind of a waste of toilet paper, I want to keep Sheer at max health, if I can. We've got Foy. Nah, just attack. Oh, it's a new kind of pug. It's a pug kill, not a pug brat. There was another. There was a blue one too. I can't remember what the blue one was called. That's not terrible damage off of Sheer there. Okay, so this is just the same path still. Same path still. This might be the most obtrusive overlay graphic we've seen yet. I don't know, the pipes are pretty bad. The pipes might be the worst. Okay, so this eventually has a left and an up component. Left is a dead end. I have no idea why we're here. by the way. I don't remember at all why they sent us here. Just, it's the next place we can go. Yeah, that's not terrible damage at all, actually. That's on par with what Dolph was doing. I healed the wrong person and wasted toilet paper. Okay, this looks like it's going to have an up and a left. Yes, okay, that looks to be correct. Now that I can see that north wall. So this is an up and a left, and then it looks like it splits again. I'm going to take this top path because I've only got to walk. Well, I could have gotten through that with only walking on the lava once, but I'm bad, so. But that goes to a dead end. Okay, it looks like this splits again to left and down. So that goes to stairs. And that goes to a dead end. So the last thing I want to check is there should be another path to my north. And then depending on what we find, that might be that whole branch of the cave. Up this way. We got the slug mess. Nice. Anja cleans up the slug mess. Let's go down around this way, right? And that's a dead end. Okay. So we have checked out that whole path and we found... Okay, so now on this left route... Go south over this lava, and then take a right. Anja, clean up the slug mess! Mopped it up. And it's a dead end. All right, let's see where right goes. Okay, so the down splits off. I'd rather take the left path first. Goes nowhere. And that also goes nowhere. That's the entire first floor mapped. How we doing on toilet paper? Rogo's got some. Nay's got 3 more casts in her. Yeah, no, Sheer's doing work. People were saying she's terrible in combat, but she's putting out 50 damage around. That's what Rogo can do. Okay, so we need to go down from here and left path. The benefit of having Dolph is he can get through enemy armor, so enemies like that would take more damage. And that's it. Nay is tapped, and we're on to just Rogo's health. We might not make the journey here. So we got 2 steps there. When Rogo hits 20 toilet papers, that's when I want to bail on him. Okay, so I don't want to cross this. I want to go straight over here and not step into that. No, I did want to cross that. Shoot. What's her level sitting at? 9. She needs 2 more level ups before we can switch her back out of the party. Or maybe I'll just keep her in the party. Whatever, she's pulling her weight. She knows what's up. So I walk around that, then go north. Oh, I see what I did wrong. Okay, looking at the map here, I see what I did wrong. So I don't need to slog through that lava. I can walk around it safely. I just need to go north afterwards. This I think I can just all avoid. And then when I get here, we need to go down, which is 3 steps through lava. And then left. And then 1 more step here. Just let me see the stairs on this excursion and I'll be happy. Okay, so Nay needs one of these. Anja needs one of these. Sheer needs one of these. And he's got 1 more res in him before we've got to bail. Oh no! It's a base level! Ugh. Okay. There is no transparency. There's no transparency effects at all. They use dithering and pixelation, but there's no like alpha channel to anything. The Genesis wasn't capable of it. But yeah, every single dungeon has an overlay that is just it's just a characteristic of the game. Like overlays are just a major graphical achievement of the day, I guess, that they wanted to show off. Okay. So we've got a left and an up. I'm going to go up first because I think it just went to a room next door to where we came from. That's correct. So that goes nowhere. Next, I've got a left and a down. Let's take all the side paths as we go. Oh, it goes nowhere. Never mind. Oh yeah, I'm drawing out maps. That mountain dungeon, like I that required me to map it out. I had to know where I was. For sure. All right, so we got a T junction here. Let's go left first. Another thing I would do to just improve the sense of place in this game is have area-specific monsters. This game and Final Fantasy II, what they have in common is there's just like tiers of monsters, right? And when you go to a dungeon, the dungeon has a particular tier of monster that you can fight. But what you lose is any sense of like the monster belonging in the place where you see them. And I cannot heal out of this situation. I don't have enough toilet paper, so we are done. What am I got 18,000. I think that's enough to buy some armor for Anja, because you still need... Yeah, you've got a fiber cape. I need to get you some big girl armor. She'll be able to get this. And I think I got her the crown and the boots already. Yeah, she's got the boots. Oh, she doesn't have a crown. She has Titanic gear. You've still got a vest. Oh, I need to buy telepipes and stuff too. Here, let's buy an escape pipe. We'll let Sheer hold it. All right, then. Oh, is there a save point in this town? I don't actually know. This town got 2 sticks of dynamite, blew this whole town up. There's a hospital. I don't think there's a save point here. Whatever. We're going on without saving. Be a madman. A madman. What if it's never September 30th? What if they just skip September 30th this year? I'm on a jet scooter now. Should be over here somewhere. Oh man, did I miss it? Or is it down this way? There it is. Okay. Start by going left. I'm not super hyped for Final Fantasy Tactics. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I think I'm going to enjoy it. But Treble is the world's premier Final Fantasy Tactics fanboy. He's been saying for years and years and years that they're going to remake it, and finally they decided they're going to. So we cross this, and then go left. Do I have 10 gifted games waiting in Steam? I just booted Steam. I'm playing this on Steam. I only have one new gift on Steam. Trouble, the game's not out for a month. Why would you send this to me? I mean, I appreciate it, but... I mean, I guess I'll stream it when it comes out. Now, I hope I enjoy Expedition 33. I really hope I do. I just didn't know until yesterday that it had action elements, or not action, I guess timing elements is a better way to put it. And then when I started looking into it, there are people like, oh man, I want to like this game, but I had to quit playing it because I can't dodge the attacks. It's got me nervous about playing it. It really depends on a lot of factors, and I'm just not going to know until I get the game and put some time into it. Unless you're going to go like full QTE on it, unless you're going to go like the full minigame kind of stuff like Paper Mario does, I don't really see the purpose in having timed hits. You know what I mean? Like, why bother? I need to go through here. Like, I really enjoyed the Like a Dragon games, but... like, really enjoy them. They're some of my favorite RPGs of the modern era, but... and that game has super guards. You have little QTEs for when you do your attacks to increase your damage, like timed hit kind of stuff. And then there's super guards to either reduce or negate damage coming at you, and I was terrible at those. But, like, also, it doesn't matter in that game, because if you could fail every single super guard... and still have plenty of healing and just play the game like it's a JRPG. So what was the Super Guard even adding to that game? In fact, like... here, I'm going to step off the lava before I do this next heal so I don't waste any TP. I had to look up and double check that there were Super Guards in Like a Dragon when I was thinking about it the other day. Because I'm like, wait a minute, did the game even have those? Yeah, they did. It's just every press outlet and every person I've talked to about the game specifically compares the game to Final Fantasy, and then I find out it's got like timed hits and super guards, which no Final Fantasy game has ever had. I mean, I don't have to tell you that you know this. You've been on the D&D chats with he who shall not be named every single week. He's like, dude, did you buy Expedition 33 yet? You're gonna love it. If you go to Wikipedia, the Expedition 33 Wikipedia page, it lists like Final Fantasy and Persona as like the main inspirations or whatever, and it's just not. I can't wrap my head around it. How can you have a battle system that has timed hits and super guards and then tell people it's like Final Fantasy or Persona, which do not have timed hits and super guards? I just don't get it. Unless the comparison is just all JRPGs are like each other. Like if you don't accept that there is nuance inside of the genre and like two JRPGs can be different from each other. But in that case, you might as well put any RPG there. Expedition 33, it's like Phantasy Star 2. It's basically the same game. It's a JRPG. Anyway, I'm very nervous about playing it now. Anytime I look up a game and I see discussion along the lines of like, I wanted to like this, but I had to quit playing it because it was too hard, because I couldn't do what the game was asking me to. That always makes me nervous, because I have such legendarily bad reaction time in games. So I kind of need all the help I can get. And I don't want to play the game on easy mode, because like playing a JRPG on like the easiest difficulty setting, it just makes the battles really boring, right? In my experience. Maybe this is the one game where they avoid that. I don't know. I don't have the game yet. I do, in general, want to see more menu-based combat games, though. So, okay, so this is just the end of this path. We'll call that teleporter B. And now we're in a big room with a teleporter. Okay, so do I actually want to draw out this big room? So I've had a couple people be like, well, when people say the game's like Final Fantasy, they don't mean the game plays like Final Fantasy. They mean like the aesthetic is like Final Fantasy. And it's not. There's no classic Final Fantasy game that looks like that. There's just not. I legitimately don't know what people mean when they say the game is like Final Fantasy. I thought they meant that the combat system would be kind of like Final Fantasy, but it's not. It's just a big empty room that goes to teleporter C. That was a hole. This is going to be a ring around the hole? Is that what we're doing here? It's my first treasure in hours. I finally found a treasure box, guys. I'm really, really excited for this treasure box. Yeah, it's... I wish people had, like, just say that. It's like Super Mario RPG with the timed hits. When Sea of Stars was first pitched to me, the first person I spoke to about Sea of Stars who saw the trailer before me and was like, they said it looks like Chrono Trigger plus Mario RPG. It looks like a cross between Chrono Trigger and Mario RPG. It's exactly what that game is. You cannot describe Sea of Stars better than by saying it's a cross between like Chrono Trigger and Mario RPG. And the timing challenges in that game were fine. I had no issue with them. We can buy those in town. We don't need those. Okay, so this is just like a donut floor. To teleporter D. But I do hope I enjoy the game, and I'm still looking forward to playing it. I have a nervousness going into it now that was not there a few days ago. And the people on my Discord went hard with the gaslighting. Nobody told you it was like Final Fantasy. Literally the only thing anybody's told me about the game is that it's like Final Fantasy. And the thing is, the people on my Discord just don't have my interests at heart, is what I've come down to. I think that's level 11 for Sheer. I think that's what it comes... I think she's ready to go now. Let's do this healing. As Genesis chiptunes go, I do think this game has pretty good music. I think it's fine. A fiber vest? That's from like 9 towns ago. Why would I want that? The treasure in this game is garbage. There's never anything good to find. Okay, so we had 2 floors. Look at this nonsense floor. Okay, let's go down and left first. For years, I thought this was a Master System game. I didn't realize this was a Mega Drive game until I think I got this collection on Steam. I thought Phantasy Star 1 and 2 were Mega Drive, and then, or Master System, and then Phantasy Star 3 and 4 were Mega Drive. Okay, we're kind of going down and left. We'll start with that. I am out of drink. I might have to go get me a Gatorade out of the fridge here in a few minutes. Yeah, that's so playing a JRPG on easy. The problem is I'm kind of bad at some timing challenges depending on how difficult the timing challenges are. But I like RPG combat. I want the RPG combat to be meaningful. I want to like make decisions in battle. I want to make decisions about my build. You know what I mean? So I don't want to play a game on easy. It would be a shame if I had to play the game on easy because the timing elements were too difficult for me. And one thing some games will do is they'll have separate difficulty levels for that kind of thing. Like, okay, so You can make the timing challenges easier without making like the RPG combat easier, is one way you could do it. And apparently the Steam version of the game does have mods that do exactly that. There are mods that like make all the timing windows for dodging and parrying much wider. But I have the PS5 version. I've got the disc coming in the mail, so I don't. That's not an option for me. Like Crosscode is not a menu driven game. It's an action RPG, but it has separate difficulty sliders for like the combat and like the puzzle challenges. And I cranked the puzzle challenges all the way up, but I wanted to turn the combat down quite a bit in that game just because I wasn't very good at it. Then you have stuff like Sea of Stars and Final Fantasy 16, which are like, okay, equip this optional accessory and it'll make the game a lot easier. So I haven't done this yet. That's a teleporter. I don't think the aesthetic of the game looks like any, like, I guess Final Fantasy 16 it kind of does, because it has this kind of, like, very dark palette, kind of apocalyptic feel to it that 16 has in a lot of times. Honestly, from what I've seen of the battle system, it looks more like Persona than Final Fantasy. Just the like the look and feel of it. Like the way that the menus pop up, and I don't know, it'll be interesting when I finally get a hold of it and I can put some time into it. And then if we go further left, there's another teleporter. Okay. We're gonna nothing over here. Is this just a separate path to get to the same place? Looks like it is. I have not fought a boss in this game. There was one, like, boss character, but he blew himself up in a cutscene, which was really funny. Okay, and we're back home. So there's two teleporters if we go down and left. What if we go down and right? Let's go straight right. Is the shape going to be basically the same? Okay, so straight right is a dead end. Like story spoilers and stuff, I usually shrug those off. I don't really, I generally don't mind story spoilers. My feeling, this is a hot take, but my feeling is like, if learning about a spoiler in a story ruins a game for you, like, or any like a movie, a book, anything, then that piece of media probably wasn't going to connect with you very well anyway. Like if the excitement of the twist or whatever that gets spoiled, like for example, I knew that Aerith got killed in Final Fantasy VII months before I played Final Fantasy VII. Like that spoiler got spoiled for everybody super early, and I still. It didn't affect how much I enjoyed the game at all. I do still try to avoid spoilers for stuff I haven't played or seen or read yet, but I'm not like fastidious about it. I don't, especially for stuff that I'm streaming. I generally don't mind like spoilers or backseating for stuff that I stream, specifically because I'm just aware that that's how chat works, right? I'm playing for an audience. People want to be engaged. I spent a few years, I made a little booger for my screen. It's like, oh, I'm playing blind, so please no spoil. And it didn't work. People wanted to spoil anyway. And then I would get into a bunch of arguments about, like, that wasn't a real spoiler. It was just a... Had to do away with all of that. And now I have a pretty... If I want to play a game and not get spoiled or not have backseating as I'm playing it, I just don't play it on stream. That was the change in my philosophy. Oh, the Blastoids are splitting. That just means more experience for me. Bring it home, Daddy. I do troll people sometimes when they're backseating and I don't want them to. Sometimes I'll troll them really hard. That's just fun for me. But typically I don't play games blind on stream if I'm really looking to, like, engage emotionally with the content, right? All right, so now we're going to go up. I also still have the back half of Metaphor to play. I've only made about halfway through Metaphor before I haven't picked that. It's been almost a year since I picked that up. So, like, maybe Expedition 33 will be awesome, and I'll be jonesing for more, like, modern JRPG, and then I'll go back to Metaphor and finish that up. Because I was really enjoying Metaphor. Okay, so if we go up from here... It looks like we might just have 8 teleporters on this floor. Might be what we're doing. No, actually, because this one didn't go to a second one. It went to a dead end. All right, never mind. Maybe we'll have 6 teleporters on this floor. I didn't get those Suikoden remakes. I really need to get a copy of those. Suikoden 1 and 2. So, like, the JRPG train just keeps going. Between all the remakes and New Blood, like, we're in a golden era of JRPGs right now. Suikoden 2 is one of my favorite JRPGs of all time. Suikoden 2 is a masterpiece of a game. Most times, I don't care about stories in games very much. Suikoden 2 is a game that, like, demands that you care about the story. Like, if you play that game and you don't feel some emotional resonance with the events that happen over the course of the game, you are just dead inside. And I want them to put the other Suikoden games out, right? Like, I want them to remaster 3, 4, and 5, so... How much is it? How much... Let me take a look. Suikoden 1 and 2 HD remaster, it's $50. 45 if I get it on the Switch. I'm not going to get it on the Switch. Who needs healing? Sheer needs healing. And Rogo needs healing. And that's Nay's last heal spell. Aha, so we gotta go... this way. So there's one more path I need to check on this floor, and then I think it's time to bail on this dungeon and recharge. The big problem with the Suikoden series is that the gameplay actually gets better as you go. Like, I think the gameplay in 3 and 5 are much better. Just both in terms of, like, how you can build characters and also how many options you have in combat. But the storylines get worse as you go. By the time you get to Suikoden 5, it is just a very kind of anime trope storyline with nothing special in it. I would expect any Suikoden 5 remaster to have better loading times and stuff. Like, I wouldn't expect that. I could probably do gyras here. Yeah. Because on the PlayStation 2, 5's loading times and just the general... Oh, there is another teleporter up top here. How do I get to it? Everything in 5 is missable. It's awful. Yeah, I have the strategy guide that I bought back in the day to make sure I didn't miss anything. It's pretty gross that you can miss like half the game. The problem is that the standard formula for most Suikoden games is to recruit a character, you just go to the place where the character lives and you get them. But in Suikoden 5, there's a plot flag that turns on whenever you're on like a story mission. So if you've been sent to a place specifically to do to advance the plot, any recruitable character vanishes. So you can only recruit characters in between the story missions, but the game never makes that clear. So if you just play through the story and you don't constantly revisit old areas between story beats, it kind of looks like there's nobody to recruit, which obviously isn't true. Okay, so there is a second one here, which makes me think there might be a second one over this way that I just walked past or I missed. Suikoden 3 and 4, I don't think there's anything overtly missable. It's just a character shows up in a place and you go there and you do the thing to recruit them. And you can do it at any time after that character becomes available. In fact, I don't think Suikoden 3 has any missables at all. And I think the only missables in 4 are stuff like the game will ask if you want to kill this character or recruit them. And if you choose to kill them, you don't get them. Suikoden 2 has characters that you can miss because, okay, you meet a guy and you're like, hi, I hunt monsters for a living. Monsters are the best. Here's 3 runes you can use to recruit monsters. The first monster you meet is a Star of Destiny, so you want to recruit them. Congratulations, now you have a monster. The second monster you meet is also a Star of Destiny. Congratulations, you have the second monster. But then you can go and recruit that monster's mate, and that monster's not a Star of Destiny, which means you've wasted your third rune. And now you can't get the other monster that... Yeah, it's a mess. No, that's not how it works. There's a monster that comes with a human. That's what it is. The Griffin... Yeah, there is a teleporter up here. There sure is. There sure is, boy. Okay. So I've got 8 teleporters on this floor. So the guy gives you 2 runes to recruit monsters. And you've got to pick either the unicorn or the kraken, and then you have to take the griffin. So there's 3 monsters you can get, but you've only got 2 runes to get them. So you can lock yourself out of getting the full completion. That game also just had, like, Suikoden 2 has a character where, like, you're in one of the tactical battles, and, like, you have to damage this guy's unit, and if you damage this guy's unit, he'll join your army. I'm gonna bail now, I think. But if you don't damage the guy's unit, you just never see him again. And you never are able to recruit him ever. Okay, here we are, back in whatever this place is. So now, we should be able to get this item. Okay, let's make sure she's level 11. I guess I don't know that for a fact. Oh, she's 12. She's fine. Nay is 32. I also think Suikoden 4 is underrated. I think it's a charming little game, but I think that's all it is. Like, it doesn't break any molds. It doesn't do anything really cool. It's just like a cute little JRPG that you can play if you want. It's kind of the series spinning its wheels. Whereas 3 and 5 both tried to go in different directions. And then Eiyuden Chronicle is like the spiritual successor to that branch of how things went. Now, Suikoden 4, you can complete that in like 30 hours. Do I have to, like, go into the room to get her to steal this thing? I don't know if I've got to do this or not. Ah, Shear's gone. So is that the thing? It's the thing. Yeah, we just save anywhere now. All right, let's have her hand this off to Rogo. Let's see if we can steal the shoes now and just see what... So the glove that we can steal, I'm probably not going to use because I prefer to dual wield weapons. What? Shiri's gone? Shun boots. Let's see if Anja likes these. Got you new boots, baby. Attack went down. What are these boots? What are they actually doing? Let's go to the RPG Classics page here. Agility plus 10, defense plus 7. Like, yeah, fine, but I don't know that I want them for everybody. Oh, Amy's the only other person who can use them anyway. So, all right, we're done stealing those. And then, what's this fire staff? Let's see. Casts foy when used. Plus 11 defense. Okay. I'm not using that character, though, so... Amber Robe uses Guy-Res. Okay, so we'll be on the lookout for those, I guess. Crescent Gear casts Guy-Res. All right. I think we... I don't know that I want to give up the points of attack for the agility. It's not even that much more agility, honestly. I don't know. I think we just go for it. I think we just... I'd rather have an extra 5 points of attack than 5 points of agility, I think. All right. Thanks for your... Thanks for your contribution, Sheer, but... I think we're going back to Dolph. All right, welcome back, Dolph. Good to have you. Do you need... Who needs equipment still? You've got the ceramic chests. You've got ceramic armor. You need ceramic armor. Did I hit the hospital? I did. It's a save room. I need the teleport room. I always forget where the teleport room is in this town. I feel like you should be able to walk under the signs on the sides of buildings, but you can't. Of course, it's the last building I checked. Great. Just can't use a cape. The chest? Can't use the chest. You know what? She's fine. Whatever. She's okay the way she is. We missed you, Dolph. Good to have you back on board. Think it was over here. The game that I most compare Phantasy Star 4 to, that it's most similar to, like in my mind, is the first Breath of Fire. Breath of Fire 1 and Phantasy Star 4 are very similar in that they both feel like they're 8-bit RPGs. This is wrong. They feel like they're 8-bit RPGs on 16-bit consoles, pretty much. It's gonna be down here somewhere. Ah. All right, we've got 8 teleporters. We got to go down several floors first. Start by crossing 2 here. We got to do 3 here. Yes. Let's wait for Anja to clean up the slug mess. Left. Nope, there is no left. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I see what I did. I'm going to end up in this dead end every time we've got to revisit this dungeon, probably. See, even by 1993, you've already got Final Fantasy 4 and 5 in the market. So anything like that, those 2 games make kind of every other RPG of the era feel more dated. Because those 2 games are such a huge step forward in just what you can do with the combat engine. I don't know what Dragon Quest was doing in those eras. I never played those like middle era Dragon Quest games. I played the NES ones, and then I played which one was on PS2. I don't even remember now. Was it 8? I tend to avoid Dragon Quest if I can. But the most Dragon Quest game I played on the SNES was probably Earthbound. All right, I'm stepping through 3 here. And then 1 here. And then I think I'm done stepping on lava. Okay. So we're just taking the path all the way down and left from here, right? Yeah. One thing I'm curious about, I would be curious to know, like, did the developers of the Phantasy Star games even consider those other series? Like, would you consider Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest your competition? You're selling to a market of people who bought a machine that doesn't play Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest. There are no Dragon Quest games on the Sega consoles of the era. So from like one standpoint, it kind of doesn't matter what you do with your JRPG series, because your audience isn't playing what the other people are playing. You're not in a direct competition. This is oversimplifying the thing, but like back in the day, back in the console wars, when I was in like middle school, the big, like, it was, do you like RPGs or do you like fighting games? If you like RPGs, you get the SNES. You like fighting games and sports games, you get the Genesis. Okay, so we're just going to the right. Then we're going up here. And then we're going down here. Kinda hate teleporters, man. See, I've played Final Fantasy V pretty much every year for the past 2 decades, probably. Well, we started the Fiesta run this year, but then we didn't finish it because people were traveling. Okay. What are you doing to me, game? All right, what are we doing here? This is F. There's another teleporter next to F. In fact, okay, all these teleporters are just going to go to little rooms on this floor that are kind of self-contained. That's what it looks like we're doing. I wish Final Fantasy V had a better randomizer. The Final Fantasy V randomizer is just not in a great state. Is there anything else to do on this floor other than take the one there was a hole. Okay, so F go. Where does the hole take me? I get it. Okay, so the hole takes me back here. Okay, we're going to take this teleporter F and just follow the path as far as we can. Anja mops them all up. Okay, so we've got left and right from this. I guess we're taking this first. To a T-junction. There's a teleporter here. That's all that's here. What's on the other side of the T? Okay. If we go back this way and take the top path out of where we started here, gloop. We have glorped. I've only played one Star Ocean game. I played... Which one was on the PS1? It's the only one I played. Was that Star Ocean 2? Or was that Star Ocean... No, Star Ocean 1 was like a 16-bit game. It must have been 2. Okay, we are going to run out of letters on this. And that's it. Okay, so I've got 3 teleporters coming off of here. All right, where does this go? Does this go anywhere, or can I just mark this as a dead end? Oh, I'm expecting that there's like other planets I need to travel to in this game. I don't think I'm close to the end of this game. This goes to one of the holes. Shoot. Okay, we have to mark this. Looks like when we get out of this fight, I've got a right and a down I can take. And there's a hole I could jump down. Oh, no, there's not. Okay, there's just the hole. Okay, so this comes around to here. Which I'm just going to take this one. I'm going to ignore holes for now. I'm going to mark down where they are. In case I need to start jumping down them. Where does this go? To a dead end. Yatta. So my understanding is that 3 doesn't take place in the star system. You're on like a generation ship that's like out of the solar system for 1,000 years or something. All right, then if we keep going this way, I've got an up and a down, it looks like. This is going to be a dead end. No, it's a teleporter. Either this location is going to be gargantuan, or these teleporters are going to start looping back into each other. So this is either a dead end or it's yet another teleporter over here. Hold on a second. Ahaha. Okay. Yes, this makes sense. Okay. G H. And then this is H. We are indeed looping back onto each other. Great. That's what I wanted to see. So I can erase all of this. Don't need any of this on the map. So if we go up to F, which is northwest of my position, that takes me here, that loops over to G. Okay, let's go back to F then. Which is up here. See, now that I've recalibrated my expectations and I realize I'm playing something closer to wizardry than Final Fantasy, I can jump down holes all day long. Now that my brain is in the right spot for what this game is trying to do, I think I'll be okay when it comes to the dungeons. If I'm wrong, I do have the strategy guide. The game came with a hint book. I've got the PDF. I can cheat if I need to. I'm not above cheating if it comes down to it. All right, so this is F. Okay, so this floor didn't have anything else. It was only this. And then from here, I could go down to a teleporter over here. And we're going to call this one I. And I comes out next to a hole. So I'll just mark that there's a hole here. And it looks like I've got a left and a right path. Books. I think she's got. Yeah, that's an old piece of equipment. That's garbage equipment. I don't want that. All right, so there's nothing else over here. I'm very underwhelmed by the treasure you find in dungeons in this game. The stuff you buy in shops is so much better. All right, I'm expecting this to take me back to the main hub area here. Let's see if it does. I've got a left and a right. No, this doesn't look like the main hub area. Okay, so this is a new floor. Left goes to a teleporter. This might just dead end over here, honestly. New kind of cat girl. It's a cat fang. And this goes to a teleporter. Because it was a treasure box here, I would not be surprised if both of these teleporters went back to the main hub. It looks like it's not the case, though. So we're going to call this one J. And I'm going to go to a new piece of paper. Okay, that's a dead end right there. Oh, this whole spot might be a dead end. That would be good. So this looks like a dead end, and is. Okay, so that I can mark down as a dead end, which means teleporter J can be something else. I will never... probably never willingly play Final Fantasy II again. I have played that game every way there is possible to play it. I have learned the mechanics to a degree that I'm comfortable saying it's just a terrible game and I can't stand it. Never again, if I can help it. It's the only Pixel remaster I didn't bother installing. I did multiple runs of every other Pixel remaster, skipped part 2. I played it on the Famicom, I played it on the PlayStation, I played it on the GBA multiple times, I streamed a couple of different runs of it. Every single time people are like, play it this way, it's better, play it that way, it's better. And it's never better. It's always Final Fantasy II. But the Pixel remaster finally fixed all the... No, it didn't, and I don't believe you. Not falling for that again. I think I booted it up once by accident. My computer exploded. This is probably also a dead end, then. If we're doing a symmetrical... No, okay, not. Not a dead end. Is it like multiple paths then? 1, 2, let's say 3 paths. That dead ends. A cat eye. There's a bunch of cats. This is an orange one now. The issue with Final Fantasy II is absolutely nothing about how the game works is intuitive, and there's no feedback for anything. trying to just learn how to play the game by playing it will train you to play the game in the worst possible way. Because, yeah, the best way to play the game is, like, to not ever use any equipment. Because if you use equipment, you don't get... Oh, that's my phone. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. That was my lady wife calling me on the phone. Yeah, we're playing Phantasy Star 2, but we're talking about Final Fantasy 2. I like to put as much confusion into the world as I possibly can. You know, I want to always leave people guessing. Okay, so we took the second path, and that goes to a person. A cat girl. I found a cat girl. I am Nay First. I was born 2 years ago. I'm the product of a biosystems experiment combining humans with animals. That seems gross. Next time, Breath of Fire 2. I need to replay Breath of Fire 2. I've got the cartridge here. They tried to kill her. Oh, no. Stole DNA from the system, created monsters to wreak revenge on the people who carelessly and selfishly played with life. There is another Nay within me who is trying to stop me. Oh, is Nay evil? Did we find the big twist in Phantasy Star 2? So Nay knew, so she just didn't tell us, or is she regaining her memories now? You say such things, but you're powerless to stop me. Just try it. Okay. Oh, I have to fight her alone. That's probably not good. Well, I can't have any abilities, so it's just fight or... So if we lose this fight, what I'm going to do is just load up her inventory with dimates and stuff. Like, we're either going to win this immediately or we're going to lose this immediately. There's not going to be an in-between. Because we can't out-heal the damage that she's doing. Oh, yeah, we're dead. After saying this, Nay died. Womp womp. Wait, why didn't we all fight her at the same time in the first place? Why did... What was the point of that? Alright. I don't think... God, I don't know what most of these do. I'm going to just look up what the spells do to refresh. We cast all these in combat, but it was like last week, and I don't remember all of them. So let's go back to techniques. So we've got Gizan and Girez. That's kind of what I want to look at. Robot techniques, healing techniques. So Zahn must be an attack spell. Yeah, it's a wind attack. Okay, so really we're just attacking this thing and hoping we can outlive its damage. That's all we're doing here. So we got like fire, water, wind. Maybe I do want to cast one of these. No, I should save his TP for healing. He's probably going to spend most of his rounds healing. Okay, we're just going to jump into it. We're just going to jump into it. Good job, Dolph. I might... Oh, I pushed the wrong button and now I'm dead. Great. Whoops. I pushed fight instead of Stiggy. Well, we might as well just keep it on auto battle and see if we can pull it out. Dolph is dead. So we actually have tons of teleporters to check in this dungeon still, but I'm not going to check any of them. Great. Okay, so we completely... Oh, you know, I didn't check to see what Anja has. She might have had a spell that could have been useful there. When did I last save is a good question. We still had Sheer in the party. We didn't save it all. Did I get those boots at all? Do I have the save point item still? I didn't even use the save point item. Oh my god, we didn't save for like an hour. Okay, well, we're redoing this part then. Let's get this... Where am I? Okay, I'm in the right spot. We just need to do this again. No, I must have saved after I got this item. I did. Okay, well, we have the item. Okay, so I didn't give... Yeah, I was going to say, I know I tried it out. So I've got this. Okay, we don't have to do that again. We have to put Dolph back in the party. Okay. Might want the doctor lady? Nah, I'm good. This is the party I want to use. Need an item shop, though. Every time I need a specific shop in a town, I just do a lap around the whole town until I find the shop that I want. And sometimes I don't find the shop that I want. And then I do a second lap. There we go. Can I buy Trimates? Actually, if I go to a later town. That's a good question. Now we're going to do a lap around the town looking for the teleporter. I said I was going to grab a Gatorade out of the fridge, and then I didn't. Now I'm thirsty. It's the save room. I need to test if I can use that save device in the dungeon. Or if it can only be used on the world map. Did I need more armor for anybody? No, we've got all ceramic armor. Okay. Yes, I can buy trimates. I could try to revive Nay in that fight. I don't know if that's even possible in this game, though. I would have to use Shear to scam her. I think it's a revival item. Maybe not. Moondew revives a dead ally. I don't know if that's worth doing or not. All right, well, we know which way to go now. So the first floor, so we need to go to F, and then I, and then J, and then J is the boss. Sorry, I'm just getting text messages that I need to see to before I can continue playing video games. Fantastic. Yeah, but to do I might have a Moondew. No, I've got a Star Mist. As far as I know, the only way to get No, I was able to buy those somewhere. I think I did see those in a shop somewhere. Was it the resort town? Was it here? What the? You guys are all so confused. I love them. I love them dearly. No. Where can I get them then? You must use Shear to steal from shops. Okay, so the only way to source those is to have her steal them. I don't think I want to do that. That sounds like kind of a pain. Let's take one more swing. Now that we have the path down pat. We know exactly where we're going. And I'll make sure to heal before I talk to the creature. Like, that was also a mistake. We could have gone in with a lot more health. All right, let's do this first. So we could just save right in front of it. Like right in front of that boss, apparently. Okay, so we're taking 2 steps here. Boom, boom. I'm going to make so many mistakes in this boss fight just because of how the battle system works. I'm not used to giving commands to my units. I'm probably going to waste entire combat rounds either putting in useless commands or repeating commands I don't want to do. I don't know. If I feel like I lose the fight because of how the command structure works, maybe I'll just use the rewind button to fix command issues as they come up. Maybe that's a valid use of the rewind button. I'm in that dead end, aren't I? The dead end I said I was going to go into every single time. Yes, I am. And then we're going 3. And then 1. I'm tempted to look up like how much health this boss has. And to see if it like has any weaknesses. Like, should I be casting spells on it or? I mean, that's probably okay to do, right? Except the page I'm looking at doesn't have... Oh, there we go, boss list. It has 1100 health. That's a fair amount. Clean up the slug mess. I gotta step away for 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. My wife is going crazy trying to make dinner plans for tonight. Texting and calling me every few minutes. All right. So I guess the play here is use up all of Nay's toilet paper to heal the other 3 characters. Next one's down here. No. Next one's up here. I haven't seen one of these before. Furia? Some new kind of crazy zombie man? Okay. This way. What happens if I go into the fight with Nay already dead, I wonder? Okay, so we've gone there. Go into this one. And then down here. So into there. Then we want to go around. And then left. And that should do it. I don't care what's in that box. It's probably something terrible, like a piece of equipment from 9 years ago that I've already bought 6 of. Forest? I gotta fight the whole forest? Wow. No, this one. Ah, damn it. All right. Now we're going to use up all of Nay's toilet paper to heal everybody else. How much more do we need? That's good. Now let's use the cheat item. You could use this item to get, like, stuck in a dungeon, by the way. If you had a situation where you had no way to, like, if Rolf was out of, or Rogo was out of toilet paper and couldn't warp out of the dungeon, you don't have any escape items, and you save like 8 floors down. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. Save like 8 floors down in a place where you just can't get out of. All right, let's try this again. dead. Okay. Stiggy. Order. Rogo. I think Nafoy is Stiggy, Order, Anja. I have to look up what these spells do. What are her options here? Foy is fire. Nerd. Of course, these are not in alphabetical order or anything useful. Nur increases agility. Shift increases strength. Ooh. And Fanby drains HP. Okay. Yeah, let's increase strength. Do it. $140. So we got like 900 health to go. Rogo is going to use this on himself. The other two can fight. So 840. Good job, Dolph. $800. 770. Dolph can just tank that. Doing pretty good now. Nope, gotta back that out. Stiggy, order Anja is the fastest to trimate her own self. You know what? We're going to do that again. 42 is scary. That's what you want to see. But now Dolph needs a heal. Let's have him heal himself. Because if he dies, then he's not wasting the... Oh, I got him a couple, yeah. He's good. Nope, that was it. We're done. Shaking terrifically. Oh no. That's some pretty terrific shaking. Oh, we flooded the world? Oh, Nay is dead. She's like storyline dead. Wait. We've done that like a bunch of times. What are you talking about? We've paid you to clone Nay repeatedly. She led a full life. She was like 8 months old. Why would you draw attention to that? Why would you be like, the clone lab works, but then it stops working? We've caused the catastrophe of a lifetime. The government of Palm has announced your names as the ones... Oh, we've been framed? So... so she's just dead. She's gone. Okay. Then I need to decide who else I'm gonna... I guess. Okay, so the roster is still full because Nay never got to go on the couch. So yeah, we're gonna take you and you. I don't really like any of these other characters, though. Dang, man. You know what we should do is take Sheer back and then try to focus on getting that staff. That's what we should do. Because that's probably the best she's... Let me just look at the weapon list here. Because otherwise the best she's going to do is like 2 laser knives, which is still not bad. Nay's not dead. She just went up to a farm upstate to run around and be free. Why is my controller not plugged in? I'm going to step away for 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, then. I guess we're going to try to get this fire stick out of the weapon shop. Is a good use of our time now. My controller keeps wanting to... I don't know what it's doing. It keeps dropping. I'm having the worst luck with controllers, I swear. My Switch controller does the same thing. It just keeps dropping out. No, we're not going to experience any more enemies today. I'm going to farm up this staff, and then I'm going to have to call it there. Well, we'll farm this staff up for a few minutes, and if I don't get it, we're going to have to farm it up next time I play. So according to the list I was looking at, this is like the best way to get the best weapon for the nurse. What? Shear's gone? I could just take Sheer. Like, I could just... Another laser knife. Like, Sheer was doing fine. It's just now all of my healing is going to have to... Yeah, she's got plenty of inventory space. All my healing is going to have to come from Rogo unless I commit to using this nurse. So if I can get some decent damage out of the nurse, I think that's my best bet for a fourth character. I've only got like 10 more minutes that I can play today, though. That we will devote to robbery. What? Shear's gone? Got a dagger. So that's even the same story beat as Phantasy Star 4. So Phantasy Star 4, early on, you get Rika in the party, who has the same origin story as Nay, like the computer spits out cat girls periodically. And then a few scenes later, like, your girlfriend gets killed. So they've kind of taken the story beat from one character in this game and then split it into two different characters in one of the sequels. What? Shear's gone. Another dagger. So these are all the party members. That we're not going to get any robots, are we? There's no robots forthcoming. Unless there's more party members we still have left to find, but there's no more spots for them on my couch. Hey, Shear's coming back. With another dagger. Don't you get Ren in Phantasy Star 3 then? Because in Phantasy Star 4, you get Ren and Noah in the party. And I always got the sense that they were like from previous games. And then I played Phantasy Star 1, like, oh yeah, okay, so Rune is Noah. It's the same character. Or like he downloaded his consciousness. Or it's functionally the same character. But I always got the sense that Ren was, like, also from one of the previous games. And if he's not in this one, he must be in Phantasy Star 3. Ren is in 3? Cool. Ren is cool. I like Ren. What? Shear's gone. With another laser knife. All right, so we're rocking the laser knives today. So it's a different Ren. It's like Ren Beta or something. It's fair. I mean, he's like a cyborg guy, so yeah, there's probably a bunch of them. He's basically Metal Gear, so. Sheer does not want to take anything else from this guy. What? Sheer's gone. So she never explicitly tells you she's robbing anything. You just kind of have to figure out that that's what's happening. She has another dagger. Well, you know what? I think we just have to sell all this off. And when we pick this back up next time, I'll just have to try again. Because I need to call it here. I just want to finish selling other stuff off and then... turn off the video games for today. This dude's like, where do they get all these daggers? They just, every few weeks they come in selling a big pile of knives. It's weird. Hospital probably be a good idea. All right. We're going to save here. That's going to do it for me today. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me today and playing some Phantasy Star 2. I'll be picking this back up, hopefully before too much longer. Peace out and sleep well.